Hey everyone, welcome back to Mr.X Files. If you're new here, this is the place where we dive into the mysteries that keep you up at night. Whether you're here to relax, fall asleep, or spiral into an existential crisis at 3 in the morning, you're in the right place. Drop a comment, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. And yeah, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Alright, let's get into it. Detective Henry Lawson had spent his career wading through the murk of cold cases, peeling back layers of deception, half-truths, and forgotten evidence. He had always believed that no mystery was beyond solving, if one was willing to dig deep enough, but nothing in his decades of experience had prepared him for this. The case of Malaysia Airlines flight MH370 didn't start with a briefing, a police report, or an order from higher-ups. It started with a woman, a grieving wife. She sat across from him, her fingers gripping a faded photograph. Her husband, one of the 239 souls who had boarded that flight and never returned. Her eyes were hollow, bruised by sleepless nights and endless reruns of news footage. "They're lying," she whispered, voice trembling but resolute. "I know they are." Henry studied her. He had met plenty of grieving families, desperate for answers, clinging to impossible hopes, but she wasn't looking for closure. She was looking for justice. "How does a Boeing 777 just disappear?" she asked. "How does a plane in this day and age vanish without a single trace of real evidence?" Henry had no answer. No one did. Governments, aviation experts, intelligence agencies, they all had theories. Pilot suicide, mechanical failure, a hijacking gone wrong. The world had spent years chasing ghost signals, deploying deep-sea submarines, running simulations, and debating possibilities. But no one had proof, no black box, no conclusive wreckage. That should have been the end of it. Another unsolvable tragedy, filed away like so many before. And yet something gnawed at him, a plane of that size, that technology, that airspace, disappearing. No distress signal, no radio communication, just silence. Henry had spent years untangling official reports that were a little too convenient, and this one stank of pre-written conclusions. So, he did what he did best. He started at the beginning. He combed through flight logs, radar data, satellite pings, passenger manifests. He read every official report, every paragraph, every footnote, every redacted line. And the deeper he went, the more the cracks began to show. The Malaysian authorities reported flight path. It didn't match independent air traffic control records. The transponder, designed to track the plane's position, had been manually turned off. Pilots don't do that. Not unless they have a reason. Then there was the last known transmission. The co-pilot's voice, calm, routine. "Good night, Malaysian 370. Nothing unusual, no distress. No sign of mechanical failure." But minutes later, the plane veered sharply off course. Henry had listened to thousands of cockpit recordings over the years. Something about this one made his gut twist. It was too normal, too controlled. If something had gone wrong, wouldn't there have been a sign? A moment of hesitation? A slight change in tone? Instead, it was as if someone knew what was coming. The deeper Henry read, the worse it got. Radar logs showed inconsistencies. Satellite data hinted at something being hidden. The narrative had been stitched together too neatly, like someone had written the ending before the real story was even told. No distress signal. No official wreckage confirmed beyond doubt. A 777, vanishing in one of the most monitored airspaces in the world. Henry exhaled, pushing back from his desk. His gut was screaming at him now. This wasn't just a tragedy. This was a cover-up. Rewritten story continues. The anomalies in the reports gnawed at Henry like a splinter lodged too deep to ignore. The plane had taken a sudden left turn, flying low. Too low for an aircraft of that size, unless it was trying to stay off radar. That wasn't the behavior of a jet suffering mechanical failure. That was deliberate. The final satellite ping placed the aircraft somewhere in the southern Indian Ocean, but even that didn't sit right with Henry. Why? Why would a commercial pilot fly thousands of miles off course, deep into one of the most desolate regions on Earth? It was a place where no one could send a distress signal, where no one could survive a crash. Who would do that? Unless it wasn't the pilot's decision. Then there were the whispers, classified reports, leaked transcripts, anonymous sources murmuring about military radars tracking the aircraft long after it had disappeared from civilian monitoring. Some even claimed the plane had been intercepted, not by a hijacker, not by a terrorist, but by a foreign military presence. Henry needed more, so he reached out to old contacts, people he hadn't spoken to in years. A retired air traffic controller, an aviation analyst who had been blacklisted for pushing conspiracy theories that no longer seemed so far-fetched. An ex-military intelligence officer who answered the phone, listened in silence, then muttered, "Let it go, Lawson." That was the pattern, hesitation, fear, warning him off. But then he found Mark Delaney. Delaney had worked radar surveillance at Diego Garcia, a name Henry had only ever heard in whispers. A highly classified US military base in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Not a place tourists stumbled upon, not a place the world was meant to know existed. It was a fortress surrounded by miles of restricted waters, home to operations the government would never admit to. If something had happened to MH370 out there, someone at Diego Garcia knew. Delaney picked up after the second ring, his voice tight with something that wasn't paranoia. It was fear. "I don't have much time," he said. In the background, Henry heard a door shutting, muffled voices, a sharp exhale. Henry leaned forward, gripping the phone tighter. "Mark, was the plane tracked after it disappeared?" A long silence. Then finally, a quiet, "Yes." Henry's pulse quickened. His throat was dry, but he forced his voice steady. "What happened to it?" Another pause, longer this time. Henry could hear breathing on the other end. Shallow, uneasy. Delaney wasn't just hesitating. He was deciding. Finally, his voice dropped to a whisper. "I can't say over the phone, but it didn't just crash. That's all I'll tell you." Then, the line went dead. Henry sat frozen, the dial tone ringing in his ears. He called back, once, twice, 3 times. Disconnected. Delaney was gone. The realization sent ice through Henry's veins. Delaney knew he was being watched. He had taken a risk just by answering. Now, he had either disappeared voluntarily, or someone had made him disappear. Henry sat there, gripping his phone, staring at the blank screen, as his heart hammered in his chest. Diego Garcia. He had heard the name before. A black site. A place where things happened off the record. Where flights weren't logged, where questions didn't get asked. The official search for MH370 had been focused on the southern Indian Ocean, thousands of miles away from Diego Garcia. But if Delaney was right, if the plane had been tracked after it disappeared, then the entire investigation had been a carefully crafted misdirection. And if the aircraft had veered anywhere near Diego Garcia, it would have been intercepted. No unknown plane could approach that base without triggering an immediate military response. Fighter jets would have scrambled within minutes. The plane had been seen, and someone had ordered it not to be seen. The next day, an unmarked envelope arrived at Henry's office. No return address, no postage. Someone had dropped it off in person. A cold prickle ran down his spine. He picked it up, feeling the weight of the contents inside. Carefully, he peeled it open. A stack of papers, a USB drive, and on top, a single sheet of paper written in black ink. "Be careful who you trust." Henry's breath caught. His hands felt unsteady as he locked the office door, then spread the contents onto his desk. Printed radar images. He scanned each one, blurry but unmistakable. It showed MH370's last known location, and it wasn't anywhere near where the official search had taken place. The transponder had been off, but the plane hadn't been invisible. Military radar had been tracking it. the entire time. And then, the final image. Henry froze. The grainy black and white image on Henry's desk was unmistakable. Not a commercial aircraft, not a weather balloon, a fighter jet. Its markings were unclear, no national insignia, no identifiable call signs, but Henry had spent years analyzing military-grade aviation images. This shape was unmistakable. Armed. Following MH370. Henry's breath came shallow as he leaned back in his chair, the weight of realization slamming into him. This wasn't a rescue mission. The jet wasn't escorting MH370. It was hunting it. And, just like that, the last pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. This wasn't a disappearance. This was a cover-up. The implications churned in his mind, each revelation worse than the last. The deeper he dug, the more the official story unraveled. There had been whispers, buried deep in aviation logs and intelligence. Leaks, hints that MH370 had been carrying a secret cargo. Something so valuable that someone had deemed it worth the lives of 239 people. This wasn't about personal belongings, not routine freight, something worth killing for. Some reports suggested the plane had been transporting sensitive US technology, equipment designed for cyber warfare, cutting-edge surveillance systems that were never meant to leave American hands. Other reports focused on a select group of passengers, engineers, specialists, men whose work was so classified that even their own families didn't know the full scope of what they did. Some of them had ties to defense contractors, research firms working on next-generation weapons and intelligence software. Henry didn't believe in coincidences. A plane doesn't just vanish, not in the 21st century, not when multiple nations were tracking it in real time. If the US believed MH370 posed a security risk, would they have taken action? Would they have gone so far as to eliminate it? Henry's hands trembled as he reviewed the final radar images again. The plane's erratic movements deviating off course. The sudden loss of communication, almost as if someone had systematically disabled its ability to call for help. The fighter jet, lurking too close. The military silence. The refusal to acknowledge what radar systems had clearly recorded. It all pointed to one horrifying conclusion. MH370 had been intercepted and eliminated. Henry's head pounded. This wasn't a rogue pilot situation. This wasn't mechanical failure. This wasn't an accident. This was an operation, a decision made behind closed doors, signed off at the highest levels, a decision to erase a plane, its passengers, and every trace of what really happened. The first warning, the black SUV parked across from his apartment, appeared 2 days later. At first, Henry tried to dismiss it. He had been a detective long enough to know when paranoia started creeping in. But this wasn't paranoia. This was surveillance. It was there in the morning when he went out for coffee. There when he came back. There at night, headlights off. Man's silhouette, barely visible behind the tinted glass. Watching. Then came the second warning. His phone started acting strange. Calls dropped mid-sentence. Text messages arrived late. Or not at all. Emails vanished from his inbox without a trace. His devices, his data, they weren't his anymore. But the third warning was the one that made his blood run cold. The final notice, it was late. Henry had been sitting at his desk, drowning in documents, satellite data, leaked reports, classified transcripts. He had spent hours cross-referencing everything, looking for the one mistake, the one breadcrumb they hadn't covered up. That was when his laptop screen flickered. For a split second, the display distorted, a mess of scrambled pixels and flashing code. Then, silence. The cursor moved on its own. A message appeared in the center of the screen. "Walk away!" Henry's breath hitched. The words just sat there, glowing in the dim light of his apartment. Not a warning, a command, a cold dread seeped into his bones. Someone was in his system. Someone was watching in real time. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, but before he could react, the mouse moved again. The message erased itself, letter by letter. Then the screen went black. Henry didn't think. He ripped the battery out of his laptop and stood up, his chest rising and falling in shallow, panicked breaths. This wasn't just a warning, it was a final notice. Henry didn't sleep that night. He sat in the darkness of his apartment, staring out the window, heart pounding in his ears. He wasn't investigating anymore. Now, he was the one being hunted. The weight of what Henry had uncovered pressed down on him like a lead blanket. The truth was right there, glaring at him from the scattered papers, the grainy radar images, the classified reports he had no right to possess. Weeks, months. He had spent so long peeling back the layers of deception, slicing through the silence that had been so carefully constructed to keep the real story buried. And now, he knew too much. By morning, his decision was made. He was going public. The families of the victims, they deserved the truth. For years, they had been grasping at empty answers, chasing fragments of hope in ocean currents that held nothing, but strategically placed wreckage. If no one else was going to tell them what really happened, he would. Henry started drafting the email, fingers moving with an urgency fueled by equal parts adrenaline and terror. An independent news outlet, a trusted contact. He attached the documents, the radar images, the transcripts, the military movements in the flight's final moments. They wouldn't believe him at first. The story was too big, too dangerous. But once they saw the evidence, once they saw what he saw, they wouldn't have a choice. His hands hovered over the keyboard. He took a breath. And then, the knock at the door, 4:47 a.m. Not the hesitant knock of a visitor. This was different, rhythmic, deliberate. They were here. Henry barely had time to react before the door burst open. Black suits, silent, cold eyes, no badges, no introductions. They didn't need them. Just a silent command in their movements. Get up. Don't resist. A man stepped forward. He wasn't the biggest in the room, but his presence suffocated the air. Controlled, calculated. The kind of man who didn't need to raise his voice to be heard. He didn't need to say who he was. And more importantly, Henry already knew why they were here. They had been waiting for him to cross the line. And now, he had. The man spoke 4 words, low and final. We need you to come with us. Henry's pulse thundered. Escape. Options. Routes. There were none. These weren't cops. These weren't federal agents. These were professionals. And they didn't cuff him. They didn't need to. The implicit threat hung in the air, thick and suffocating. They led him downstairs to a waiting black SUV, the engine idling, no license plates. Tinted windows. Henry barely had time to breathe before the door shut behind him, locks engaging automatically. The silence in the car was louder than any threat could have been. No one spoke. No one said where they were taking him. The only sound was the hum of tires against pavement and the creeping, suffocating realization. This wasn't an arrest. This was containment. Nowhere. The location was undisclosed, windowless, sterile, silent. The kind of place that didn't exist on any map. They led him down a long corridor, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. The air was too clean, too cold. A facility built for one purpose. Finally, they brought him into a featureless white room. 1 steel table, 2 chairs, no visible cameras. But Henry knew they were there. The man in the dark suit sat across from him, hands folded neatly on the table. His expression was unreadable, but his presence? Suffocating. Not law enforcement. Not an interrogator. Something worse. You've been looking where you shouldn't. His voice was calm. Too calm. The kind of calm that preceded a storm. Henry said nothing. The man tapped his fingers on the table, a slow, methodical rhythm, a pause. Calculated. You've seen the footage. You know what happened. Another pause. Then, and you know, Knowledge like this doesn't come without consequences. Henry's stomach twisted. How much did they know? The answer came before he could process it. The screen behind him flickered to life. At first, he didn't want to look, but then he did. And his breath caught in his throat. His wife, his daughter, bound, blindfolded, sitting in a dimly lit room, terrified. But unharmed, for now. Henry's pulse roared in his ears. His hands clenched into fists so tight his nails cut into his palms. He wanted to scream, wanted to lunge across the table. But the man in the suit just watched him, calm, controlled, in complete command. "You've done enough digging." His voice was devoid of emotion now. "Now, you're going to erase it." Henry forced himself to breathe, to stay still, to not break in front of them. The man reached into his pocket, then placed something on the table. A lighter. Beside it, a pile of documents. Everything. The radar images, the transcripts, the proof he had spent months collecting. And then the final words. Burn it. Or they burn. Henry had risked everything to uncover the truth, only to burn it all. His hands trembled as he clenched the lighter, his nails digging into his palms. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to fight back, to refuse. But the screen in front of him left no choice. His wife, his daughter, their faces frozen in fear. His breath was shallow, ragged. He struck the match. A small flame flickered to life, dancing hungrily. Then, in an instant, the documents caught fire. Pages curled, blackened, disintegrated into nothing but ash. Years of work, gone in seconds. Transcripts, photographs, evidence, devoured by fire. A man in a dark suit sat across from him, watching with unreadable eyes. He exhaled slowly, almost pleased. Smart choice. They let him go, but he wasn't free. 2 days later, the knock came. A pounding, deliberate force against his front door. Then the shouting. The police stormed inside, warrant in hand. Charges, fabricated, absurd. Possession of illicit materials, tampering with government property, enough to bury him in the system forever. The trial was swift. The sentence was long. Henry barely spoke. There was nothing left to say. He had already lost. As the courtroom doors shut behind him, so did any hope of ever telling the world the truth. And the mystery of MH370 remained buried, deeper than ever. James' heart stood motionless, his breath fogging in the crisp morning air. His gaze locked onto the sign, the bold letters glaring back at him. US government property. Restricted area. No trespassing. The kind of warning that sent law-abiding citizens turning on their heels. And yet, he didn't move. Something felt wrong. The fence stretched endlessly in both directions, topped with rusting coils of barbed wire. Beyond it, the forest loomed, its trees clawing at the metal as if nature itself were trying to reclaim something. But what struck him most was the silence. The usual hum of wildlife, gone. No chirping birds, no rustling leaves, just an oppressive, unnatural stillness. James was not a reckless man. He had spent his life following the rules, avoiding unnecessary risks, but something about this place gnawed at him. It wasn't just the fence or the warning. It was the feeling, that pull, that gut instinct whispering that he had stumbled onto something significant, something meant to stay hidden. Then he saw it. A gap. Half hidden by overgrown shrubs, the opening in the fence was small, almost imperceptible. The metal had been cut, jagged, rough, as if whoever had done it hadn't cared about precision. And it was fresh. Bits of wire still clung to the earth, like the wound hadn't quite healed. James's heartbeat thundered in his ears. Someone had been here, recently. Someone who wasn't supposed to be. He swallowed hard, stepping closer. His fingers brushed the torn edges of the metal, cold and sharp against his skin. The rational part of his mind screamed at him to turn back. This isn't your business. Walk away. But another voice, deeper, more insistent, whispered, "If you walk away now, you'll never know." James hesitated. His body screamed at him to turn around, to walk away, to pretend he never saw the gap in the fence. But something deeper, something primal, dared him forward. It wasn't just curiosity, it was unease, a gnawing feeling in his gut that told him whatever was beyond that fence mattered. The moment he stepped through, the world felt different. The air was heavier, cooler, the trees were denser, their twisted branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. The ground beneath his boots was soft, the thick moss swallowing every footstep. Even the sounds had changed. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the steady thud of his own heartbeat hammering in his ears. James crouched low, moving cautiously. His breath was slow, measured. Something was pulling him forward, though he didn't know what. He only knew he couldn't leave. Not yet. The deeper he went, the more the forest seemed to close in around him. Shadows stretched unnaturally long, shifting like something alive. The dim light filtering through the trees barely illuminated his path. He glanced back, expecting to see the fence, but it was gone, swallowed by the thick undergrowth. A deep unease settled in his chest. Then, through the tangled branches ahead, he saw it, a clearing. James froze, his breath catching in his throat. He sank into a crouch, creeping closer, his fingers brushing against damp bark as he steadied himself. At the center of the clearing stood a cluster of squat concrete buildings. Their walls were streaked with moss, rust creeping along the edges, like veins of decay. The windows were reinforced with wire mesh, and a narrow dirt road wound through the compound, leading to a set of steel gates. This place wasn't abandoned. A row of trucks sat parked nearby, their sides marked with faded, stenciled letters he couldn't quite make out. He narrowed his eyes. Government plates! He ducked behind a tree, his pulse hammering against his ribs. What the hell was this place? And then he saw them. People. Figures moved between the buildings, their silhouettes shifting through the dim light. Some wore military fatigues. Others were dressed in lab coats. They walked with purpose, their movements deliberate, like a choreographed routine. James swallowed hard. His mind raced through possibilities. A military research station, a classified government facility. His stomach twisted. He wasn't supposed to be here, and yet he couldn't move, because deep down he knew he had stumbled onto something big, something hidden, something the world wasn't meant to see. The wind carried faint voices, the low murmur of conversation mixing with the distant hum of machinery. James barely breathed as he watched from the shadows, every instinct screaming at him to turn and run, but he didn't, because whatever was happening in that compound, it was worth knowing, and maybe, just maybe, it was worth the risk. Scientists in white lab coats moved between the squat grey buildings, carrying files and delicate equipment. Soldiers patrolled the perimeter, their rifles slung across their chests, not lazily, but with an alertness that sent a cold prickle down James's spine. The entire place looked like something ripped straight out of a spy thriller, and every instinct in his body told him he had stumbled onto something he was never meant to see. That night, James lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind looping through the day's events like a broken reel of film. Every time he closed, his eyes, the soldiers reappeared, silent, precise, unwavering in their authority. Something was wrong with that facility. Research labs didn't need armed guards, especially not out here in the middle of nowhere, and certainly not guards who carried themselves like they were expecting war. He tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a military outpost, a training site, or a storage facility for classified equipment. But that didn't explain the secrecy, the barbed wire fence, the eerie sense of isolation, like the place had been deliberately erased from the map. "You're overthinking it," he muttered to himself, but the words rang hollow. By morning, curiosity had twisted into something else, something sharper, more insistent. He needed answers, and he knew himself well enough to admit he wouldn't stop until he got them. James pulled an old pair of binoculars from the closet and dusted off a camera he hadn't used in years, stuffing them into his worn backpack. He laced up his hiking boots, shrugged on a jacket, and told himself he was just going on a nature walk. If anyone asked, he was just another guy with a camera, capturing the beauty of the forest. But deep down, he knew this wasn't just a hike. He was about to cross a line. When he reached the gap in the fence, the woods were unnervingly still. No birds, no wind through the trees, just silence, thick and unnatural, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. James crouched low, slipping through the opening. Every nerve in his body was on high alert. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. Every snapped twig beneath his boots sounded deafening. Slowly, he moved through the undergrowth until the facility came into view once more. The scene was unchanged. Same buildings, same watchful guards moving in synchronized patterns. Settling into position behind the cover of a thick tree, James lifted the binoculars. For a while, nothing happened. Trucks rolled in and out, unloading crates stamped with markings he couldn't quite make out from this angle. He snapped a few pictures anyway, hoping they might reveal something later. Hours passed, his legs cramped from crouching, and the cold seeped into his bones. His nerves were fraying from the constant tension. He was just about to call it quits when movement caught his eye. A group of figures emerged from one of the buildings. James tensed. At first, they looked like more workers or guards, but then he saw him. The man wasn't in uniform. He wore plain clothes, rumpled, disheveled, like he'd slept in them for days. His posture sagged with exhaustion, his steps sluggish, as if each one took effort. But it was his face that made James's stomach twist, pale, haunted. His eyes flickered wildly, searching the perimeter as though hoping for an escape. Or maybe, hoping someone would come to save him. James barely breathed as he adjusted the focus. The man's hands were bound behind his back. The guards on either side held him firm, their grips unyielding. James swallowed hard. His fingers tightened around the camera. His mind screamed at him to leave, to forget what he had seen, to pretend he had never set foot here. But he knew, with chilling certainty, that it was already too late for that. One of the guards shoved the prisoner forward, and James knew he had just stepped into something far more dangerous than he ever could have imagined. The guards forced the man forward, his sluggish steps quickening under their rough shoves. James tracked them through the binoculars, his grip tightening as they neared a building that stood apart from the others. Unlike the simple utilitarian structures around it, this one was fortified, its walls thick, its windows small and barred. A place built not just to keep people out, but to keep something inside. James's breath hitched as one of the guards stepped up to a keypad, fingers moving swiftly over the buttons, a muted beep. Then the door slid open with a low mechanical hum. For the briefest moment, the prisoner hesitated, his body tensed, as if his instincts were screaming at him to run. But the guards didn't give him that choice. They shoved him inside. The door sealed behind them with a finality that made James shudder. He lowered the binoculars, his thoughts racing. Who was that man? Why was he being treated like a prisoner in what was supposed to be a government facility? James's pulse thrummed in his ears. This wasn't just some research lab. This was something else, something secret, something hidden, something that wasn't meant to be found. A cold weight settled in his gut as he considered his next move. He could leave now, pretend he never saw any of this. Go back to his quiet life sorting mail at the post office, drinking cheap coffee, and never thinking about this place again. The horrifying truth. A week later, his worst fears were confirmed. He had found an unguarded corner of the facility where a small vent hummed softly, exhaling a faint chemical odor. Crouching low, he pressed his ear to the cold metal grate, straining to hear. This time the voices were clearer. Initial trials showed significant memory suppression. Hallucinations are an acceptable side effect as long as ABI metrics remained stable. James barely dared to breathe. With trembling fingers, he fished a small audio recorder from his backpack and held it close to the vent, capturing every word. The voices continued, their tone disturbingly clinical, detached, as if they were discussing a malfunctioning machine rather than human beings. MKUltra is yielding promising results in behavioral modification. We'll present the findings to the higher-ups next quarter. James's blood ran cold. MKUltra. The name was infamous, whispered in conspiracy circles, dismissed as a relic of Cold War paranoia. Yet, here it was, spoken aloud, not in a dusty archive or an internet forum, but right here, in a hidden facility, guarded like a military compound. Mind control, forced drug trials, psychological reprogramming. It wasn't a myth. It was happening, and it was happening here. James swallowed hard, gripping the recorder as if it were the only thing tethering him to reality, deeper into the rabbit hole. The discovery should have sent him running, should have made him stop, but it did the opposite. Driven by horror and grim determination, James pushed further. One night, he found an unlocked utility shed near the facility, an overlooked space cluttered with tools, discarded paperwork, and remnants of past experiments. Under the dim glow of his flashlight, he rifled through a stack of documents hastily stashed away. Hypnotic induction, psychoactive administration, neurological reprogramming. His breath caught when he turned a page, a list of names. Some were crossed out. Others were annotated with cryptic notes. One name was circled. Next to it, 2 words scrawled in the margins. Phase 3. Complete. Erasure. James's hands trembled. They weren't just experimenting on people. They were controlling them, or worse, erasing them. The point of no return. James became a ghost, slipping through the facility night after night, documenting everything. His apartment transformed into an archive of stolen secrets, sketched maps, grainy photos, scribbled notes. But with each discovery, the weight of his obsession pressed harder. The facility was guarded for a reason, and the people running it had no intention of letting their secrets escape. James knew he was playing with fire. He knew he was running out of time. He just didn't know how soon. The final mistake. The night he decided to enter the main building, the one with the steel doors, was the night everything unraveled. He had planned it meticulously, dark clothing, timed movements with guard rotations, every shortcut memorized. But overconfidence is a slow and silent killer. James moved through the trees with practiced ease, slipping past the first perimeter and hugging the shadows. The facility loomed ahead, its pale fluorescent lights flickering like dying stars. This time, he wasn't content with observing. This time, he was going inside. James's breath caught as he stared at his reflection. A faint bruise, barely visible, darkened the inside of his forearm, right where the needle had pierced his skin. His fingers trembled as he touched it, his mind racing. It wasn't a dream. The realization sent a cold shiver down his spine. Everything, the facility, the experiments, the chase through the woods, had been real. Yet somehow, impossibly, all traces of it were gone. His apartment looked exactly as he had left it, yet something felt wrong. His laptop, empty. His notebooks, gone. Even the hidden folder on his hard drive, the one he had used to store encrypted backups of his research, had been completely wiped. His chest tightened. They hadn't just taken his things. They had taken his memory, or at least tried to. The unshakable feeling James sat on the edge of his bed, head in his hands, trying to recall every detail. He could still remember the facility, the guards, the man in the suit, the words he had heard. But other things were missing. What had he written in his notes? How many photos had he taken? What exactly had he overheard through that vent? The more he strained to remember, the more the details slipped away, like sand through his fingers. It was like his mind had been tampered with, like something inside him was fighting to keep the truth buried. He squeezed his eyes shut, heart pounding. He refused to let them win. The test stumbling to his desk, James grabbed a pen and tried to write. He scrawled out the words MK Ultra, behavioral modification, cognitive suppression. The moment the words hit the page, a sharp pain lanced through his skull. His vision swam, his stomach lurched. A wave of nausea hit him so hard he had to grip the desk to keep from collapsing. The pain was sudden, overwhelming, and then, just as quickly, it was gone. His hand hovered over the page, shaking. Something had been done to him. Something buried deep inside his mind. A failsafe, a trigger. Something that punished him for remembering. The final message. James's eyes darted around the room, paranoia clawing at his thoughts. They had let him go for a reason. Not because he wasn't a threat, but because they had made sure he couldn't be one. Somewhere, buried in the fog of his altered memory, was the truth he had risked everything to uncover. And if they thought they had erased him, they were wrong. James clenched his jaw. They may have taken his notes, his files, his evidence, but they hadn't taken him. This wasn't over. Not yet. James sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the small circular mark on his arm, right where the needle had gone in. The sight of it sent a cold shiver down his spine. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't some late-night hallucination. It had happened. The memories were jagged, fragmented, slipping through his mind like sand through his fingers. He remembered the facility, the guards, the cold metal of the table beneath him. The files stamped with MK Ultra. But whenever he tried to focus, a dull, throbbing headache pushed in, like something was blocking him from remembering too much. His friends didn't believe him. "Dude, you need some sleep," Kyle had said over a beer, shaking his head. "You've been working too hard, man." Even James started to doubt himself. Maybe it was stress, maybe it was exhaustion. But when he went back to the trail where it had all begun, his stomach turned. The facility was gone. Not abandoned. Not destroyed. Gone. The chain-link fences, the buildings, the guards, vanished, as if they had never existed at all. The only thing left was a patch of disturbed earth, weeds curling around the edges like nature was trying to swallow the last remnants of whatever had been there. James ran his hands through the dirt, searching for anything. A scrap of metal, a forgotten boot print, something to prove he wasn't losing his mind. But the clearing was silent. He wasn't just missing memories. He was missing proof that any of it had ever been real. He tried to move on. He went back to work, forced himself into the routines that had once felt comforting. But the world had changed. Every flicker of movement in his periphery made his skin crawl. Every shadow stretched just a little too long. He stopped talking about it, stopped asking questions, because some truths weren't meant to be uncovered, and some questions, once asked, could never be unasked. Charlie Grayson never liked surprises. At 42, he'd spent 2 decades behind the wheel of an 18-wheeler, hauling everything from frozen chicken to industrial generators. The road was simple, just him, his rig, and an endless stretch of highway. No drama, no complications, just miles of asphalt and the familiar hum of an engine beneath him. It was the kind of life he preferred. He knew the best diners to stop at for a good slice of pie, the cleanest truck stops, and the stretches of highway where the sunset stretched across the sky like fire. He was a man of habit, and he liked it that way, but the road had a way of throwing the unexpected at you. Over the years, Charlie had seen strange things. An alligator in the middle of a Wisconsin highway, lights hovering just a little too long. In the night sky, a lone hitchhiker standing miles away from the nearest town. But nothing could have prepared him for what was about to happen, because this time, the road was leading him somewhere he wasn't supposed to go, and someone, or something, was waiting for him. Charlie had seen plenty of strange things on the road. Abandoned motels with their neon signs still buzzing, gas stations in the middle of nowhere with their doors wide open as if the owners had vanished into thin air. But he never let any of it get to him. Life on the road was unpredictable, and he had learned to keep moving, to let the mysteries stay mysteries. Still, there was something about the open highway that always felt a little otherworldly. Maybe it was the way the landscape stretched, endlessly, swallowing towns and time, like they were nothing. Or the way the stars looked impossibly bright when you were miles away from the nearest city, hanging so low in the sky, they almost felt close enough to touch. Charlie had spent more nights than he could count parked at empty rest stops, leaning against the hood of his truck, staring up at those stars. He liked to imagine the stories they could tell, the silent witnesses to countless travelers, crisscrossing the country in search of something they couldn't quite name. He wasn't the kind of man who spent much time thinking about the unknown, but he had a quiet appreciation for it. There was comfort in knowing that some things would always remain just out of reach, waiting beyond the horizon. But those thoughts never lingered for long. They came and went, passing through his mind like tumbleweeds, skittering across the asphalt. For the most part, he focused on the road ahead, content with the life he had built. A life of predictable routes, steady pay, and the familiar hum of tires against pavement. What he never imagined, what he never could have prepared for, was that one of those roads, the same highways he had traveled countless times, would one day lead him somewhere he wasn't meant to go, somewhere that would shatter the comfortable illusion of his simple, routine life, somewhere that would make him question everything he thought he knew about his job. The job he had always assumed was so ordinary. It started like any other, delivery. His dispatcher called it a special route, nothing unusual, just a higher-paying job with a tighter deadline. Charlie didn't ask questions, he never did. The pickup was at a nondescript warehouse outside of Las Vegas. The cargo, a heavy, reinforced crate with no markings. The manifest simply labelled it high-value equipment, vague but not uncommon. Truckers carried plenty of things they weren't meant to ask about. His instructions were clear. Follow the designated route, no detours. Arrive at the drop-off point by 2 a.m. The coordinates led him deep into the Nevada desert, but Charlie didn't hesitate. He had driven through the desert plenty of times, making deliveries to remote military installations and research facilities. It was all part of the job. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he turned onto a narrow, unmarked road. The desert stretched endlessly in every direction, bathed in fiery shades of orange and purple. The only signs of life were the occasional jackrabbit darting across the cracked pavement and the faint, lonely hum of his engine. An hour passed. The sky darkened, the emptiness of the desert swallowing everything around him. Then, up ahead, checkpoint. A high chain-link fence topped with razor wire blocked the road. 2 armed guards flanked a small booth, their faces shadowed beneath the brims of their caps. Their uniforms bore no recognizable insignia. Charlie rolled down his window as one of them approached. The man didn't say a word, just held out a gloved hand for the paperwork. Charlie handed it over, his heartbeat just a little faster than usual. The guard studied the documents for a long moment, then nodded and motioned for him to proceed. The gate groaned open. Charlie drove through, his curiosity gnawing at him. The road beyond was pristine, smooth in a way that didn't match the cracked pavement outside the fence. Then, the landscape changed. Large hangar-like buildings loomed in the distance, their silhouettes barely visible in the moonlight. The air felt thick, charged, like the moment before a thunderstorm. The sensation crawled over Charlie's skin, a prickling unease that made his fingers tighten around the wheel. His GPS pinged. The drop-off point was just ahead. But as he rolled to a stop, his stomach turned. This wasn't a standard depot. There were no forklifts, no workers waiting to unload his cargo. Instead, he faced a desolate stretch of concrete leading straight to a massive hangar. Its steel doors towered before him, smooth and unmarked, like the entrance to something meant to keep people out, or something in. Overhead, a single light flickered, and somewhere in the darkness, someone was waiting for him. The shadows twisted and shifted erratically under the dim, flickering light, casting long, restless shapes across the asphalt. The air felt wrong here, thick, heavy, as though the weight of the place itself was pressing down on him. Charlie cut the engine. The silence that followed was unnatural, almost suffocating, broken only by the faint, rhythmic hum of distant machinery. He climbed down from the cab, his boots crunching against the concrete. He stretched his legs, glancing around, half expecting someone to step out and greet him. But no one did. Nothing moved. Only the overhead light buzzed faintly, its flickering adding to the eerie stillness. For a brief second, Charlie considered, honking the horn, announcing his presence, getting this over with, but something in the air told him not to. A gut feeling. He wasn't alone, but whoever, or whatever, was here already knew he had arrived. Minutes passed. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerged. A man in a crisp white lab coat. His movements were too precise, his expression too neutral, like someone who had long since forgotten how to mimic real human emotion. Behind him, 2 guards followed, tall, armed, and too alert. Their dark uniforms bore no insignia, and the way they scanned the area, hands never far from their weapons, made it clear they weren't just here for show. The man in the lab coat stopped in front of Charlie and held out a clipboard. No greeting, no small talk, just a mechanical motion, like a program executing a command. Charlie hesitated, then took it, scanning the paperwork. Standard delivery confirmation. And yet, everything about this felt off. The strange location, the armed guards, the silence. Charlie had signed plenty of these forms before, but this time it felt like he was signing away more than just a shipment. "You'll unload the crate and bring it inside," the man said. His voice clipped and efficient. Charlie looked at him for a beat. No name, no explanation. Just instructions. "Got it," Charlie muttered, rolling his shoulders. As he moved to the back of his truck, the guards followed, their boots echoing against the concrete. He could feel their eyes on him, studying every movement, like they were waiting for him to do something wrong. Charlie had handled plenty of odd cargo over the years, but this crate, this one felt different. It was large, reinforced with thick steel edges, completely unmarked except for a series of stenciled numbers. Nothing to indicate its contents. Nothing to tell him what the hell he was carrying. He gripped the pallet jack and carefully wheeled the crate down the truck's ramp. The metal clanked softly as it met the ground, and he maneuvered it toward the hangar doors where the lab-coated man was waiting. The guards kept close. Too close. As soon as Charlie stepped inside, he knew. This wasn't just another drop-off. The air inside was cooler, laced with a faint metallic tang. Overhead lights bathed the space in a sterile white glow, giving everything an unnatural sharpness. Rows of machines lined the walls, sleek, futuristic looking. Nothing like the heavy industrial equipment Charlie was used to seeing in warehouses. Some of them hummed faintly, blinking with strange, unreadable patterns of light. Others sat silent, yet somehow ominous, like they were watching. Charlie wheeled the crate into place, eyes flicking around. He wasn't supposed to be seeing this. The lab-coated man gestured toward a spot near the back wall. "Right there," he said, his tone flat. Charlie did as he was told, carefully lowering the crate into position. And that's when he noticed it. The way the guards avoided looking at certain machines. The way even the lab-coated man seemed to keep his distance from some of the equipment. Like they weren't comfortable here either. The tension in the air wasn't just Charlie's imagination. It was real. Charlie exhaled, hands on his hips. "That it?" His voice echoed through the cavernous space, sounding too loud, too out of place. The man in the lab coat didn't answer, didn't even acknowledge him. His attention was already locked on the crate, as if Charlie had ceased to exist the moment the delivery was complete. Charlie turned to leave, and that's when he saw it. A large, translucent panel mounted on the far wall. It glowed faintly, its surface shifting, like frosted glass under an unseen light. And behind it, something moved. Charlie's breath caught. The movement was subtle, too subtle, a flicker of a shadow, there and gone in an instant. His pulse quickened. He blinked, trying to tell himself it was just a trick of the light, but then, there it was again. Something big, something alive. And the worst part? No one else reacted. The guards, the lab coat, they all ignored it. No accidental glances, no shifting body language. It wasn't that they hadn't noticed. They had trained themselves not to. Charlie forced himself to breathe, to keep his face neutral. The lights flickered. For half a second, the whole hangar plunged into darkness. A deep hum filled the air, low, reverberating, something Charlie felt in his bones more than he heard. Then, just as quickly, the lights snapped. Back on, no reaction, not from the guards, not from the man in the lab coat, only Charlie's own racing heart. "You're done here," the man said suddenly, his voice sharp. Charlie hesitated. "That's it?" "That's it." Something about his tone made it clear. "Don't ask questions." Charlie clenched his jaw, nodded, and walked out. The guards followed him all the way back to the truck, silent shadows at his back as he climbed into the cab. He risked one last glance at the hangar. The lab-coated man was already focused on the crate. The guards were shifting into position, and behind them, a shadow moved behind the glowing panel, deliberate, slow, watching him leave. The gate groaned open, and Charlie put the truck into gear. He didn't wait for a second invitation. The moment, the chain-link fence closed behind him, his radio crackled. "Truck 82, his dispatcher's voice came through, casual, like it was just another night. "You're clear. Head back to Vegas. Job's done." Charlie gripped the wheel, his knuckles white. He wanted to ask, wanted to demand what the hell he had just delivered. But he already knew the answer. Some things, once seen, can't be unseen. So, instead, he simply said, "Copy that." And as he drove away, back toward the city lights, he couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was back there had seen him too, ever seen before. It hovered silently, defying gravity, as if the very laws of physics had no hold over it. Its surface was smooth, almost liquid in appearance, shifting under the cold, artificial light. It wasn't metal, at least not any metal Charlie could recognize. It pulsed faintly, a deep, rhythmic glow emanating from within, as though it were alive. Charlie's breath caught in his throat. This wasn't military. This wasn't human. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. He had heard the stories, the late-night radio chatter between truckers, the whispered rumors of places in the desert where things existed that shouldn't, places where people disappeared, where questions went unanswered because no one who asked ever got the chance to speak again. He had never believed them, until now. His pulse thundered in his ears as he forced himself to take in more of the scene. The technicians moved with a purpose, inputting commands on sleek interfaces, their eyes flicking to floating holographic displays filled with indecipherable symbols. Some were analyzing data. Others were monitoring the craft itself, scanning it with handheld devices that beeped softly in the quiet. But it wasn't just the ship. Charlie's gaze drifted beyond the technicians to a series of containment units. Large reinforced glass chambers lining the far wall. He could only see part of their interiors from his angle, but what he saw sent ice crawling through his veins. Shadows moved inside them. Figures, shapes not quite human. Charlie's breath turned shallow, his instincts screaming at him to leave, to get back in his truck and never look back. And yet, he couldn't tear himself away. Then, a noise, a sharp mechanical hiss, followed by the slow, deliberate movement of the hangar doors sliding open further. Charlie ducked back into the shadows, pressing himself against the cold metal. Footsteps. low voices. A new group was entering the hangar. More guards, more scientists, and at the center of them, a man in a dark suit. Unlike the technicians, he didn't belong here. There was something in the way he carried himself, an authority that surpassed the guards, a presence that made the others step aside without a word. Charlie strained to hear. Ahead of schedule. The voice was crisp, controlled. The suited man moved toward the floating craft, his expression unreadable. One of the lab-coated figures spoke hesitantly. The subject is stable, sir, but the energy fluctuations are increasing. We're still running diagnostics, but then work. Faster. The technician flinched. Yes, sir. Charlie barely registered the exchange. His mind was still stuck on one word. Subject. Not cargo. Not object. Subject. His stomach churned. Whatever was in those glass containers, whatever was inside that thing in the center of the hangar, it was alive. And then, as if drawn by some unseen force, the craft pulsed again. Brighter this time. The glow rippled across its surface, sending a faint tremor through the hangar. Charlie swore he felt it. Inside him, a whisper, a thought that wasn't his own. It knows I'm here. His breath hitched. The man in the suit turned sharply, his gaze sweeping toward the hangar doors. Charlie froze. For a second, just a fraction of a second, he swore their eyes met. The suited man's expression didn't change, but Charlie knew. He had lingered too long. They knew he was here. Panic surged through him, sending a bolt of adrenaline straight to his legs. He backed away, careful, controlled, until the tip of his boot scraped against loose gravel. The sound was barely audible, but in the silence of the night, it was deafening. A single word shattered the quiet. Stop. Charlie didn't wait to see who had spoken. He turned and ran. The shape was unlike anything Charlie had ever imagined, sleek, almost organic, its smooth metallic curves shimmering like liquid under the harsh fluorescent lights. Strange glowing symbols pulsed faintly along the hull, as if the craft itself was breathing. The air around it rippled subtly, distorting the light in a way that made it difficult to focus on its form for too long. It was as if his brain refused to fully process what was in front of him. Charlie's breath caught in his throat. This wasn't military tech. No jet, no drone, nothing that had ever been designed on Earth. This was something else. Something not human. A cold wave of realization sent a chill down his spine, rooting him in place. His fingers tightened around the edge of the doorframe, his knuckles turning white as his mind raced to make sense of the impossible. Inside the hangar, a team of technicians moved around the craft like surgeons in an operating room, their movements precise and deliberate. He had no idea what they were testing, or why, but their level of focus was unsettling. A soft mechanical hum filled the air, barely audible, yet Charlie could feel it deep in his chest, vibrating through his bones. It wasn't just sound, it was something else, something deeper, something alive. He stared, transfixed, until a voice shattered the spell. Step away from the door, sharp, commanding. Charlie whipped around, his pulse spiking. 2 guards were approaching fast, their weapons drawn and aimed directly at him. The beams of their flashlights slashed through the darkness, landing squarely on his frozen figure. Panic hit like a sledgehammer. Before he could think, instinct took over. He bolted. Shouts rang out behind him, urgent and sharp. Stop! Don't move! Charlie didn't listen. His boots pounded against the gravel, each step fueled by sheer adrenaline. His truck wasn't far, just a few hundred yards away. But the guards were gaining on him, their heavy footsteps closing in. His lungs burned, but he didn't dare slow down. He reached the truck and yanked the door open, his hands shaking as he fumbled for the keys. Come on, come on. The guards' voices grew louder. The engine roared to life. Charlie slammed the door shut, threw the truck into gear, and stomped on the gas. The tires spun, kicking up a cloud of dust before finally gripping the road. He sped forward, his heart hammering, his hands white-knuckled on the wheel. In the rearview mirror, the guards were still chasing, their silhouettes stark against the distant hangar lights. But as he rounded a bend, the facility began to fade into the darkness. For a fleeting moment, relief washed over him. Then the light hit, blinding, overpowering. A massive spotlight erupted ahead, flooding the road with searing white light. Charlie squinted against the glare, his truck screeching to a halt. The tires left deep grooves in the dirt as the vehicle rocked to a standstill. A line of black SUVs blocked the road, engines idling ominously. Armed men stepped out, their weapons raised. He was surrounded. Charlie's breath came in ragged gasps as the reality sank in. No way out. Slowly, he raised his hands, his chest heaving. The guards moved in, their faces unreadable. One of them yanked him from the truck, twisting his arms behind his back. The handcuffs snapped shut, the cold metal biting into his skin. Charlie barely felt it. His mind was elsewhere, on the ship, on the symbols, on the hum that still echoed in his bones. As they shoved him toward a waiting van, he cast one last glance over his shoulder. The hangar loomed in the distance, dark and silent once more, its secrets locked away. But Charlie had seen it, and that knowledge would cost him. The doors of the van slammed shut. Darkness. The engine rumbled to life, and the vehicle lurched forward. Charlie's mind swirled with unanswered questions. He had no idea where they were taking him, or what was going to happen next. But he knew one thing for certain. He had seen something he was never meant to see, and that was a mistake he might not live to regret. Evan Carter wasn't the kind of person who believed in conspiracies. He'd heard the theories, water cooler gossip at work, late-night TV specials, podcasts his friends swore by, but he always brushed them off as nonsense. People had a tendency to see patterns where there weren't any. Life was messy, random. That's what he believed. So when his flight was unexpectedly rerouted through Denver International Airport, he expected nothing more than an inconvenient layover. Sure, he'd heard the whispers, theories about strange murals with hidden messages, bizarre architecture, underground tunnels leading to God knows where. It was the kind of thing that made for good internet rabbit holes, but had no place in reality. At least, that's what he thought. As his cab approached the sprawling airport, an unease settled over him. The first thing he noticed was the Mustang. Towering over the entrance, the cobalt blue horse reared up, its glowing red eyes piercing the dusk like some kind of infernal sentinel. He'd seen pictures before, Lucifer, the locals called it, but standing in its shadow was different. There was something off, a weight in the air. Evan tightened his grip on his suitcase, an involuntary reaction. He shook it off. He was just tired. Delayed flights, last-minute gate changes. It had been a long day. Still, as he stepped out of the cab, he couldn't shake the sensation that something was watching him. The airport loomed ahead, its peaked white roof stretching like a row of snow-capped mountains, or tents, encampments. The thought unsettled him. The design was striking, sure, but something about it felt too deliberate. Inside, the terminal buzzed with life, hurried footsteps, rolling luggage, voices blending into a constant hum. Evan checked his watch. 2 hours until his next flight. Plenty of time. Maybe he just needed a coffee. As he wandered, his eyes drifted toward the walls. And that's when he saw them. The murals. Massive, sprawling paintings covered the tiled surfaces. At first, they looked like any other airport artwork. Bright, surreal, chaotic. But when he stopped to actually see them, one mural showed fire and destruction, cities in ruin. A soldier in a gas mask loomed over children huddled in fear beneath a darkened sky. Their eyes were hollow, desperate. Yet, just a few feet away, another mural painted a stark contrast. Smiling faces, a rainbow arching over a world seemingly reborn, hands reaching out in unity. Hope. The juxtaposition sent a shiver down his spine. Evan took a step closer, studying the details. Something wasn't right. Patterns in the clouds, symbols etched into the mountains, even the way the shadows fell, too precise. Like the artist had embedded a message, a code hiding in plain sight. Strange, isn't it? The voice made him jump. He turned to see an older man in a janitor's uniform, pushing a mop along the gleaming floor. His face was weathered, but his sharp eyes betrayed an alertness, like he was always watching, always listening. Evan hesitated. What is? The janitor nodded toward the mural. People think it's just art, he said, voice low. But it's more than that. Messages. Some say warnings. Evan let out a nervous chuckle. Warnings. About what? The janitor shrugged, but his gaze didn't waver. Depends who you ask. He set the mop aside, leaning slightly closer. Some say it's about the end of the world, he continued. Others think it's clues to something bigger, something hidden beneath the surface. A chill crept up Evan's spine. Beneath the surface? He echoed, shifting uncomfortably. The janitor smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. This place has secrets, kid. Ever hear about the underground tunnels? Evan swallowed. Yeah, aren't they just for, baggage transport? The janitor chuckled. It wasn't a comforting sound. They go on for miles, he said, voice barely above a whisper. Deeper than you'd think. Some say storage, some say bunkers, and some think. He trailed off, but his meaning hung heavy in the air. Evan stared at him, unsure of what to say. Outside, the wind howled against the windows, and for the first time in his life, Evan wondered if maybe, just maybe, he had been wrong. Maybe not. All conspiracies were just theories. Whether the janitor had been serious or just messing with him, Evan couldn't tell. But there was something in the man's tone, something in his eyes, that made him hesitate. Before Evan could ask anything else, the janitor straightened up, gripped his cart, and began pushing it down the hallway. The wheels creaked against the polished floor, his movements slow, deliberate. Then he started whistling, a strange, lilting tune that echoed through the cavernous airport. Evan exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Just local law. A bit of harmless fun. Still, the feeling lingered. As he wandered through the terminal, he began noticing things he hadn't before. The strange gargoyle sculptures perched near the baggage claim, watching. The way certain hallways curved just slightly in a way that was almost imperceptible, guiding him somewhere he hadn't intended to go. And then, the symbols. At first, they were easy to miss. Just meaningless patterns woven into the carpets, etched into the tiles, barely visible carvings on the walls. But now that he'd seen them, now that his mind had latched on, he couldn't stop seeing them. Some were geometric, others more abstract, but they all belonged to the same language, a language Evan didn't understand, but somehow knew wasn't meant for him. An hour left before his flight. Plenty of time. But instead of heading back toward the crowded terminal, Evan kept walking. Something was pulling him deeper. At first, it was subtle, the shift in energy, the way the distant murmur of travelers seemed to fade into the background, the way the lights dimmed just slightly, casting softer shadows along the scuffed tiles beneath his feet. Then it became palpable. It wasn't just physical quiet. It was oppressive stillness, the kind that presses against your skin, the kind that makes your instincts prickle. At first, Evan tried to brush it off. Maybe he was just anxious. Airports were disorienting after all. But when he passed row after row of empty seating areas, darkened kiosks, and abandoned corridors, he realized something. It wasn't just that the crowds had thinned out. It was as if this entire section of the airport had been forgotten. No distant conversations. No rolling luggage. No security guards. Nothing. That's when he saw the door. It was tucked between two maintenance panels at the end of a dim corridor. Unmarked. Slightly ajar. The fluorescent light above it buzzed faintly, flickering erratically, casting just enough glow to make the door visible, but not enough to fully illuminate what lay beyond it. Something about the door felt wrong, like it didn't belong. It shouldn't have been there. Not out in the open, but hidden. Just enough to go unnoticed. Waiting. For someone to find it. Evan stopped a few feet away. His heart pounded against his ribs. His logical mind screamed at him to turn around. This wasn't his business. It was probably just a service area, or a restricted zone. And yet, he looked around. No cameras, no warning signs, no airport staff. Just silence. The air was thick, charged. Slowly, hesitantly, Evan took a step forward. Then another. His sneakers squeaked against the floor. He pushed the door open. A deep, low creak groaned from the hinges. Beyond the threshold, a narrow stairwell spiraled. Downward, the kind you'd find in maintenance areas or emergency exits. But this didn't feel like an exit. The air was colder, heavier, almost damp, with a faint metallic tang clinging to the back of his throat. The fluorescent light above the stairs flickered again, casting shifting shadows that crawled along the walls. And then he heard it. A hum. Low, rhythmic, like machinery, but deeper. It wasn't just a sound. It was a vibration. It resonated in the walls, in his chest, like a second heartbeat. It was pulling him forward, even as every rational part of him screamed to turn back. Evan swallowed hard and stepped inside. Evan stood frozen in the doorway. The hum of unseen machinery vibrated against his skin, the sterile white light of the room spilling over him like a net. The woman at the head of the table turned slightly, her fingers still resting on the thick file. Her sharp silhouette contrasted against the glow of the monitors. She hadn't spoken yet, neither had the others, but Evan felt their eyes on him. A slow, suffocating awareness settled over him. He wasn't supposed to be here. The figures, men and women in dark suits, stood unmoving. Their conversations halted mid-sentence. One of them, a tall man with an angular face, turned fully to face him, his expression unreadable. The moment stretched. Too long. Too quiet. Evan's pulse pounded in his ears. Then, "Close the door," the woman said. Her voice was smooth, controlled, not alarmed, not panicked, just measured. Evan's body screamed at him to run, to bolt back up the stairs, out of this suffocating underground corridor, past the murals and the gargoyle statues, past Lucifer the Mustang with its glowing red eyes, past the janitor who had warned him. But his feet stayed rooted to the floor. "I said," the woman repeated, her voice even softer now. "Close the door." Evan's fingers twitched. His breath was shallow. Slowly, as if disconnected from his own body, he reached back and pushed the door shut. It latched with a quiet click. One of the figures at the table exhaled sharply. Another shifted their stance. The woman tapped the folder once. "You're not a contractor," she said. It wasn't a question. Evan swallowed. His throat was dry. You're not on the manifest." He had no response. She studied him for a beat. Then, with an almost imperceptible nod, one of the suited figures moved. Evan barely registered it before a heavy hand clamped onto his shoulder. Cold, unyielding. "Wait!" Evan started. The grip tightened. "No," the woman said, raising a hand. The figure stopped. Evan's breath hitched. The woman picked up the file, flipping it open. Her eyes skimmed the contents, then lifted back to him. "Tell me," she said, "how did you get down here?" Evan's mind scrambled for an answer. Any answer. He couldn't tell her the truth, that he'd just wandered in, that he'd followed a feeling, a gnawing sense of curiosity mixed with an unshakable dread. That the janitor had mentioned the tunnels and something in Evan's gut had urged him to look. That he had no idea what this place was, but now that he was here, it felt like something massive, like he'd peeled back a layer of the world and found something waiting beneath. Something no one was supposed to see. I got lost, he blurted. The silence that followed was sharp. The woman's lips pressed into a thin line. Then, in a movement almost too subtle to catch, she glanced toward the monitors. Evan followed her gaze. One of the screens, one he hadn't noticed before, was playing security footage, his footage. It showed him walking through the airport, through the terminal, past the murals, past the gargoyle statue, and then down the stairwell. They'd been watching him the whole time. The pressure in Evan's chest became unbearable. The woman shut the file. "Take him," she said. Before Evan could react, the grip on his shoulder yanked him backward. Panic exploded in his limbs. He twisted, trying to break free, but another pair of hands grabbed his arm. "Wait! I didn't..." A sharp jab of something cold against his neck. His vision swam. His knees buckled. As the darkness rushed in, the last thing he heard was the steady hum of the monitors and the woman's voice. "Let's see what he knows." The center of the room was dominated by a circular table, its smooth surface glowing under built-in lights that cast an eerie luminescence on the faces gathered around it. The dozen or so individuals seated there spoke in hushed, urgent tones, their words blending into a low murmur thick with authority. Their suits were immaculate, their movements practiced, each gesture measured, each glance deliberate. These were people accustomed to making decisions that mattered, decisions that shaped things far beyond the confines of this hidden space. Shadows flickered across their faces, obscuring their features, but not their presence. At the head of the table stood a woman who commanded the room without raising her voice. She was statuesque, her spine rigid, her gaze piercing as it swept over the assembly. Evan felt a jolt of recognition when his eyes landed on the thick folder beneath her hand. The cover bore a geometric insignia, the same strange pattern he'd seen woven into the murals and floor tiles above. But here, stamped into the folder's worn leather, it looked less like decoration and more like a warning. She spoke, her voice low but authoritative, her free hand making precise gestures that dictated the room's rhythm. The others listened, nodding, responding in clipped sentences. Every movement, every pause was calculated. It was clear she wasn't just a participant in this operation. She was its axis, the force everything revolved around. Evan's breath hitched. His heart slammed against his ribs. He was trying to process what he was seeing, but his mind felt sluggish, overloaded. This wasn't just some hidden maintenance corridor. This was something bigger, something that wasn't meant to exist in the mundane world of an airport. He was an intruder, an unwelcome observer of something that was never supposed to be seen. Then, without warning, one of them turned. The shift was subtle, almost casual, just a glance toward the door. But when their gaze locked onto Evan, something in the air changed. A chill crawled down his spine. Their stare wasn't just surprised, it was knowing. Run. The instinct roared through his body, but his legs refused to obey. He was frozen, caught in the paralyzing space between fear and disbelief. Before he could force himself to move, a hand clamped down on his shoulder, firm, unyielding. Evan spun, his pulse hammering, and found himself face to face with two men, in black uniforms. Their faces were expressionless, eyes cold and assessing. They carried the quiet menace of people who didn't need to raise their voices to be dangerous. One of them stepped forward, his voice low and devoid of emotion. "You're not supposed to be here." Each word was deliberate, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Evan's mouth opened, but no sound came out. His mind scrambled for an excuse, an apology, anything that might make them let go. But nothing surfaced. His breath came fast. His vision narrowed. and panic began to bloom in his chest, like a spreading stain. The two men exchanged a silent glance. Then, sharp pain, a needle, quick and precise, jabbed into his neck. The sting was brief, almost insignificant, but the effect was immediate. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him as he tried to twist away, tried to fight back, but the world was already slipping. The room blurred. The figures around the table distorted into shifting patches of light and shadow. His knees buckled. The last thing he saw before darkness swallowed him whole was the woman at the head of the table. Her eyes locked onto his, cold and calculating. Not angry, not afraid. Something else. And then, nothing. When Evan woke, he was slumped in a chair near his gate in the main terminal. The clamour of the airport crashed over him, loud, jarring, too real after the suffocating silence below. His head throbbed, the dull ache spreading from the base of his neck. For a moment, he just sat there, his mind sluggish, trying to reassemble the shattered fragments of his memory. What had happened? His hand drifted to his neck, fingers searching for the needle's sting, for proof that it hadn't just been some fever dream. But there was nothing, no mark, no evidence, only the echo of something vast and hidden and utterly, terrifyingly real. A voice crackled over the intercom. His flight was boarding. The loudspeaker crackled, yanking Evan back into reality. His body jolted as if surfacing from deep water. He staggered to his feet, his legs unsteady, his mind still trapped in the lingering haze of something he couldn't quite grasp. Instinctively, he reached for his bag, gripping the worn strap like an anchor. But the moment he lifted it, a strange sensation settled in his gut. Wrong. Something was wrong. His bag felt lighter. A prickle of dread crawled up his spine as he yanked the zipper open, his hands trembling, his stomach dropped. The camera, his camera, was gone. So were the spare memory cards he always kept tucked into the side pocket. Every shred of proof, every frame of evidence he might have captured. Gone. As if it had never existed. He swallowed, hard, a sickening unease blooming in his chest. But it wasn't just the missing camera. There was something else, something deeper, a gnawing emptiness, like a part of his own memory had been hollowed out. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to summon the details. The room, the symbols, the monitors, the woman with the piercing gaze. They lingered just out of reach, like smoke slipping through his fingers. Evan left Denver that night, but Denver never left him. The experience became a splinter lodged in his mind, impossible to ignore, impossible to remove. He tried to talk about it once or twice, fumbling through an explanation to friends, grasping for words that could make sense of the gnawing unease, but each time he saw it, the subtle flicker in their expressions, the way their smiles tightened at the edges, the polite nods, the small, uncomfortable silences. They didn't believe him. Hell, even he wasn't sure he believed himself. Eventually, he stopped trying. He let the memories sink beneath the surface, convincing himself that it was easier to forget. But forgetting was impossible. Every time he caught a glimpse of the airport, on the news, in a photograph, in some offhand conversation, the feeling would return, a cold, creeping sensation at the base of his skull. The symbols, the murals, the hidden room beneath the surface, they haunted him like a half-remembered dream, a puzzle with missing pieces, one he could never quite solve. In the years that followed, Evan avoided Denver whenever he could, booked flights through other cities, chose layovers that took him miles out of the way. And yet, no matter how far he ran, the question remained, a whisper at the back of his mind, a shadow that never quite faded. What had he seen beneath the airport that night? And how far would someone go to make sure he never found out? The colour drained from the walls, fading into that sickly, unnatural yellow. The air thickened, weighed down by the familiar stench of mildew and the sharp metallic tang that clung to his tongue. Ethan's stomach twisted, a slow, dawning sickness creeping through him. His breath hitched. No, a whisper, barely more than a breath. His voice shook, his throat tightening. No. I got out. But the room didn't care. It had never cared. It continued to shift, warping before his eyes. His bed stretched impossibly long, the carpet beneath his feet rippling like liquid, breaking apart into uneven, endless patches. The door, his only escape, faded, dissolving into the walls until there was nothing left but an unbroken, pulsing expanse of yellow. The buzzing of the fluorescent lights drilled into his skull. It wasn't just sound anymore. It was inside him, vibrating through his bones, tunneling into the marrow. Panic clawed at his throat. He stumbled backward, his foot colliding with something soft, thick. His heart stopped. He knew that texture, knew it too well. Slowly, he turned. Dread curled in his stomach, cold and suffocating. He was standing on the carpet, not the one from his bedroom, not the one he had known all his life. The carpet, the patchy, damp, too thick flooring of the back rooms. He wasn't home. He had never been home, and this time, it wasn't going to let him go. Sam Ryder lived a quiet life, the kind that most would call uneventful. His days were spent repairing old radios, bringing their static-filled voices back to life, and his nights were filled with the soothing crackle of jazz on one of his many restored devices. It wasn't exciting, but it was his. Routine, familiar, predictable. That was all he ever needed. He liked to say he wasn't just fixing radios, he was restoring voices from the past. Each crackle, each note was a reminder that some things, no matter how much the world changed, could remain timeless. But the past has a way of finding you, even when you aren't looking for it. And for Sam, the quiet life he had so carefully built was about to be shattered in ways he could never have imagined. It started with an old chest carried into his shop by a woman in her late 60s. Her name was Martha Green, and she spoke with the kind of hesitant tremor that hinted at old grief. She told him the chest had belonged to her late father, a former military officer stationed in Roswell during the 1940s. It was a battered thing, its leather straps worn and brass latches tarnished with time. "I found it while cleaning out the attic," she said, brushing dust from its lid. "Probably nothing, but my father always said this chest held his most important papers. I can't bring myself to open it." Sam wasn't sure why she thought an electronics repairman was the right man for the job, but there was something in her eyes, a deep unease, that made him nod. "I'll take a look." After she left, he set the chest on his workbench, the warm glow of his desk lamp casting long shadows. The lock was old, more for show than security. With a firm twist of a screwdriver, it gave way. The lid creaked open, releasing the scent of aged paper and something more, a faint metallic tang, like old machinery long at rest. Inside, a collection of yellow documents, photographs, and a small stack of reel-to-reel tapes lay nestled in, time-worn disarray. He sifted through them carefully. Most were mundane: personnel files, supply logs, handwritten notes detailing the daily routines of an Air Force base. But then he found the folder. Stamped across its cover, in bold capital letters, were 2 words. Project Aurora. Confidential. Sam's pulse quickened as he flipped it open. His eyes scanned the contents. Diagrams of aircraft unlike anything he'd ever seen. Sleek, curved, defying conventional engineering. Technical notes filled with jargon and equations he didn't understand. And then the photos. Grainy black and white. Images of a crash site in the desert. Debris scattered across the sand. Metallic fragments adorned with strange, intricate patterns. One photo showed soldiers gathered around a tarp-covered object, their expressions unreadable. Another captured something half buried in the ground, a silver, egg-shaped craft. But it was the last image that made his breath hitch. a close-up of a small humanoid figure lying on a stretcher. Pale, almost translucent skin, large, almond-shaped, eyes blank and unseeing. Sam's fingers trembled as he set the photograph down. He had heard the stories, the Roswell crash, the rumors of a government cover-up, but he dismissed them as nothing more than urban legend. Yet here it was, real, tangible. His gaze drifted to the reel-to-reel tapes, each labeled with clinical precision. Crash, recovery, debrief, 1947, subject examination. Chill ran through him. If these tapes contained what he thought they might, this wasn't just a relic of the past. It was a revelation. With a deep breath, he set up one of his restored players, threading the first tape through its reels. The machine hummed to life, static crackling through the speakers, before a voice, measured, clipped, filled the room. July 8th, 1947. Recovery operations have been completed, debris secured and... The words faded momentarily, warped with age, before continuing. Calm and clinical. Biological specimen retrieved. Condition: deteriorating but intact. Examination to commence immediately. Clearance level Omega only. Sam's chest tightened. His fingers hovered over the stop button, but he didn't press it. A brief distortion, then another voice came through, sharper, younger, and filled with something raw. Fear. My God, it's not human. I repeat, it is not human. A loud click. Silence. The tape whirred to its end. Sam sat frozen, his mind racing. The weight of what he had just heard settled in his chest, heavy and suffocating. He reached for the folder again, flipping back to the final photograph. The stretcher, the figure, the impossible reality staring back at him, and then a knock at the door. Sam jumped, heart pounding. He turned toward the sound, his breath hitching. The shop was closed. No one ever came by this late. Another knock. Firmer this time. A chill ran through him. He glanced at the chest, the folder, the tapes. 15 minutes. That was all he had been alone with this discovery, and yet, someone was already here, transported to Hangar 18. Biological specimen recovered from the site is currently undergoing examination. Preliminary findings indicate non-terrestrial origin. The voice crackled into static. Sam sat frozen, the weight of the words crushing down on him. Non-terrestrial origin. He rewound the tape, listening again, his brain scrambling to reject what it had just heard. This wasn't some grainy video, or a blurry photograph easily dismissed as a hoax. This was a voice, calm, clinical, a first-hand account from someone who had been there. Someone who had seen something no one was ever supposed to know about. His stomach churned. His hands were clammy. If this chest had been hidden for decades, there had to be a reason. And if he exposed its contents, there was no telling what might happen next. That thought clawed at his mind as he locked up his shop for the night. But sleep never came. His thoughts were too loud, his nerves too frayed. And when dawn finally bled across the sky, he decided he couldn't keep this to himself. Then, the first sign of trouble. Sam arrived at the shop, coffee in one hand, keys in the other, only to stop dead in his tracks. The front door was slightly ajar. The lock broken. His stomach lurched. A cold, electric dread crept over him. He pushed the door open slowly, the hinges groaning in protest. Inside, the once cozy space had been ransacked. His meticulously organized workbench was a wreck, tools strewn across the floor, wires yanked from half-finished projects. A shattered desk lamp bled shards of glass across the hardwood. And then his eyes found the chest. It was open, empty. Sam's pulse pounded in his ears as he stumbled toward it, coffee slipping from his fingers. Forgotten, he knelt beside it, hands shaking as he frantically sifted through the mess. The reel-to-reel tapes, the ones that had unearthed a buried truth, were gone. The folder of photographs and diagrams, the evidence, vanished. All that remained were a few stray scraps of paper and the faint acrid scent of, Sam inhaled sharply, cigarette smoke, not his, stale, lingering. Whoever had been here had taken their time, watching, waiting. His breath hitched as he rose to his feet, legs unsteady. He staggered toward the door, heart hammering against his ribs. The street outside looked unchanged, morning light stretching long shadows across cracked pavement. But then, the car, a sleek black sedan, parked across the street. It hadn't been there yesterday. Its windows were tinted, so dark, not even a hint of the interior was visible. The engine idled softly, a low, steady hum that barely registered against the early morning quiet. But Sam heard it, and the sound was deafening. His mouth went dry. He stepped back into the shop, pressing himself against the wall, breath coming in shallow gasps. His mind raced. Someone had been here, had taken the tapes, the folder, and now they were watching. But why had they left the shop intact? Why not take everything? Unless it was a warning. We know. A bead of sweat traced down the side of his face. Slowly, cautiously, he peeled back the curtain, peering outside with trembling fingers. The sedan hadn't moved. It just sat there. A silent predator, the back of the shop, the emergency exit, his best chance to disappear. Sam's eyes darted toward it, his breath shallow. If he was going to make a move, it had to be now. Before, it was too late. The car hadn't moved, but that didn't make it any less menacing. Sam's mind raced, plans forming and unraveling just as quickly. He had no proof now, no evidence, no tapes, nothing but his word. And what was that worth against the kind of people who could make things disappear? The cigarette smoke still lingered in the air, a ghost of the intruder who had stood in this very room, close enough to touch his life, to steal his choices. His palms were damp. He wiped them on his jeans, exhaling sharply. He needed to think, but the weight of that silent car sitting across the street crushed every rational thought beneath it. A step back, his heel met a loose screw. A sharp crunch. Sam flinched, his breath catching. His eyes darted toward the sound as if expecting someone to emerge from the shadows. But the shop remained still. Too still. The familiar mess of his workspace felt alien, violated. He crouched behind the counter, his pulse a drumbeat in his ears. How had it come to this? He wasn't some investigator. He wasn't a conspiracy theorist hunting for the truth. He was just a guy who fixed radios, a man who liked tinkering with relics from the past because the present was too unpredictable, too chaotic. But now the past had reached for him, and it wasn't letting go. For a fleeting second, he considered calling the police. But what would he even say? Someone broke in and stole proof of a decades-old government cover-up. He could already picture their skeptical glances, the half-hearted nods before they dismissed him as another crackpot chasing UFO stories. And worse, what if they did believe him? What if they were in on it? His gaze flickered back to the sedan. His fingers curled into fists. He didn't know what his next move was, but one thing was certain. He wasn't just a man fixing radios anymore. He was a man in the crosshairs of something far bigger, far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. The watching over the next few days, the paranoia sank its claws into him. The sedan followed him, everywhere, the grocery store, the post office. Even when he drove out into the desert to clear his head, it remained, a shadow stretching across every moment, every breath. It never got too close, but it was always there. Then, the phone calls started. At first, just silence. Then clicks, static, and then the voice low, measured, devoid of emotion. "You've seen too much." The words slithered through the receiver one night, curling around Sam's spine like ice. Leave it alone. He dropped the phone, stared at it like it might sprout fangs. Coincidence? A prank? No. Deep down, he knew better. Someone knew what he had found, and they wanted to make sure it stayed buried. The plan with nowhere else to turn, Sam reached out to the only person he trusted, Martha Green. She listened in stunned silence as he told her everything. Her hands trembled as she held one of the few photographs he had managed to copy before the break-in. "My father always said he had secrets," she murmured, her voice thick with regret. "But I never imagined this." Together, they formed a plan. Martha had a contact, a journalist in Santa Fe with a reputation for uncovering government scandals. They would pass the evidence along anonymously, let someone else take the risk of exposing the truth. But the closer they got to Santa Fe, the tighter the noose felt. The sedan was still behind them, always a few cars back. A quiet predator. Every mile was a gamble. Every turn a chance for their pursuers to close the gap. By the time they reached the meeting spot, a dimly lit diner on the outskirts of the city, Sam's hands were slick with sweat. Inside, in a corner booth, sat the journalist, mid-40s, a worn leather jacket, sharp eyes that seemed to cut through the dim light. Sam slid into the booth, heart hammering. He reached into his coat, fingers closing around the envelope of copied photos and notes. This was it, his last chance, to get the truth out. He handed it over. The journalist took a slow, measured breath, his fingers tightening around the envelope before slipping it into his jacket. His jaw tensed. "This is big," he murmured, voice low. Then his gaze locked onto Sam's. "But listen, if they're already watching you, they won't just back off because you handed me this." Sam swallowed hard, his throat like sandpaper. He didn't need the warning. He already felt it. The creeping paranoia that came with knowing too much. Even as he stepped out of the dimly lit diner, the weight of the truth sat heavy on his chest, pressing down like an oncoming storm. The drive back to Albuquerque was hell. Every set of headlights in his rearview mirror, every car that lingered too long in the lane behind him, it all felt like a threat. He kept his grip tight on the wheel, his pulse hammering in his ears. Maybe he was being paranoid. Maybe. But paranoia kept people alive. By the time he reached his apartment, his nerves were frayed raw. He locked the door the second he stepped inside, double-checking it before shutting off the lights. Darkness felt safer somehow. He dropped onto the couch, head in his hands, his mind a tangled mess of fear and resolve. The truth was out there now. It had slipped through their fingers, and no matter what happened next, he had done his part. But as the silence pressed in, one thought refused to leave him. Had he just signed his own death warrant? Ryan Jacobs wasn't looking for trouble, but trouble, it seemed, had a way of finding him. At 32, Ryan lived a quiet, predictable life. As a freelance video editor, he spent his days hunched over his desk, meticulously cutting together wedding videos, corporate ads, and the occasional independent film. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills, and more importantly, it kept him far away from anything remotely controversial. That was exactly how Ryan liked it, until the rainy afternoon in early November, when everything changed. He sat frozen in his chair, the faint whir of the projector, the only sound in the otherwise silent room. The flickering black and white images on the screen felt both surreal and undeniable. His pulse quickened, his mind struggling to process what he was seeing. This wasn't just strange footage, it was damning. The camera lingered on the astronauts longer than it should have, capturing moments that felt oddly unguarded. One adjusted his helmet, not with the slow, deliberate movements expected in low gravity, but casually, like he was fixing a costume. Another tapped his foot impatiently as a crew member rushed over to adjust the angle of a prop rock. Ryan's gaze darted to the edges of the screen. Cables, sandbags. The illusion was breaking apart. Then came the voices. Hold the flag higher. It's got to look heroic. Cut the glare on the visor. We need the reflection clearer. And then, almost jokingly, don't forget to kick up the dust. This isn't supposed to look like Earth. Ryan's chest tightened. Each instruction chipped away at his sense of reality, peeling back layers of disbelief to reveal something darker. His eyes scanned the background. Metal scaffolding crisscrossed above the soundstage, the faint glimmer of an exit sign reflected in a glossy panel. A crew member, clearly oblivious to the camera, walked through the set, holding a clipboard, his shadow stretching unnaturally under the harsh studio lights. Then the wide shot appeared. Ryan instinctively leaned forward. The clarity left no room for doubt. The soundstage sprawled before him, a carefully crafted illusion. The lunar surface was too perfect, the craters too deliberate, sculpted rather than naturally formed. And then he saw it. The director's chair. Bold, white letters emblazoned across the back. K. Kubri. Ryan felt his stomach churn. The whispers he'd dismissed for years, the conspiracy theories he'd scoffed at. Were they true? Had one of cinema's greatest minds been enlisted to craft the ultimate illusion? His hands trembled as he paused the reel, the final frame frozen on the screen. A crew member leaned casually against the set wall, sipping from a coffee cup while the astronauts rehearsed another take. The sheer mundanity of it was what unsettled Ryan the most. If this footage was real, then one of humanity's greatest achievements was nothing more than an elaborate deception. He rewound the reel, watching certain segments again, searching desperately for any indication that this was a clever hoax. But the more he analysed it, the more genuine it seemed. The imperfections in the film stock, the casual banter, the technical jargon, it all felt too natural, too unscripted. This wasn't an amateur's attempt at discrediting NASA. This was something far more sinister. His mind raced. How had this footage ended up here, in the archives of a small-town historical society? Why hadn't it been destroyed or locked away in a government vault? Was it a mistake? Or had someone deliberately left it as a breadcrumb for someone like him to find? Ryan sat back in his chair, his breath uneven. The hum of the projector filled the silence, an eerie echo in the dimly lit room. He glanced at the other reels still sitting in the box, their cryptic labels staring back at him. One caught his eye. Lunar simulation. Final take. The words seemed to glow under the projector's light, daring him to continue. His hand hovered over the box, hesitation warring with an insatiable curiosity. He knew he should stop, pack everything away, pretend he had never seen it. But he also knew that wasn't an option. Not now. Swallowing hard, Ryan reached for the next reel, his fingers brushing against the cool metal surface as he loaded it into the projector. A single thought repeated in his mind over and over like a mantra. This changes everything. Ryan knew what he had just seen, but admitting it, even to himself, felt like stepping over a line he could never come back from. Was this undeniable proof, or some kind of elaborate hoax? And if it was real, why was it here, forgotten, collecting dust in a small-town archive? His first instinct was to put the reel back in the box, seal it shut, and walk away. He could pretend he hadn't seen it, chalk it up to a bizarre coincidence, or a relic from an old Hollywood production. After all, his job wasn't to investigate, just to digitize and catalogue. But the thought of leaving it behind gnawed at him. This wasn't just another forgotten piece of history. It felt bigger, like a single thread in a tapestry that, if pulled, could unravel everything people thought they knew. The editor in him, the part of his mind drawn to uncovering hidden truths, wrestled with the fear tightening in his chest. What if this was his chance to expose something monumental, to bring the truth into the light, no matter how uncomfortable or dangerous? That thought weighed on him, pressing down like an invisible hand on his shoulders. The thrill of discovery was intoxicating. The terror of it was suffocating. Ryan leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk and burying his face in his hands. His mind raced through the implications. If this footage was real, it wasn't just a revelation. It was a bombshell. It meant that one of humanity's most celebrated achievements had been built on a lie, a carefully crafted illusion designed to deceive the world. It called into question not just the moon landing, but the credibility of the institutions behind it. And yet, the sheer magnitude of what it meant only made his next decision harder. What could he even do with this footage? Who would believe him? And what kind of attention would it bring? The idea of stepping into the spotlight, being the one to reveal something so controversial, sent an icy chill down his spine. He didn't want fame. He didn't want notoriety. He just wanted answers. For what felt like hours, he sat there in silence, the reels of film an unmoving presence in the dim room. The faint scent of aged celluloid hung in the air, grounding him in the gravity of the moment. His eyes drifted to the projector, where the film still sat threaded through the machine. In the dim light, it almost seemed to glow. The temptation to watch it again, to analyze every frame for something he might have missed, was overwhelming. But the thought of pressing play filled him with equal parts curiosity and dread. The more he replayed it in his mind, the more questions it raised. And with each question, the unease in his gut grew. What if this footage was never meant to be seen? What if it had been hidden here on purpose? Discarded like a secret too dangerous to keep, but too damning to destroy? The room felt smaller, the shadows stretching longer as the day wore on. Ryan rubbed his temples, his pulse loud in his ears. He knew there was no going back now, not after what he had seen. Ignoring it wasn't an option anymore, no matter how much easier it would be. The truth was sitting right in front of him, waiting for someone to do something with it. And whether he wanted to or not, that someone was him. Over the next few days, Ryan meticulously digitized the reels, cataloging the footage and backing it up onto multiple hard drives. He watched for hours, poring over every detail. Each reel added another layer to the story. Scripts, storyboards, even a brief clip of a man in a NASA uniform speaking about the importance of selling the illusion. Ryan could hardly believe what he was seeing. If this footage was real, it would change everything the world thought it knew about one of humanity's greatest achievements. But as the week went on, Ryan began to notice things. Small things at first, but unsettling. A black SUV parked across the street from his apartment, sitting there for hours on end. Strange clicks on his phone line during calls. His internet connection slowing to a crawl every time he tried to upload the files. At first, he tried to dismiss it as paranoia. He had spent too much time staring at these reels, watching too many conspiracy theories play out in real time. But deep down, he knew better. And then came the first real scare. It was late at night. Ryan sat at his desk, headphones on, reviewing a particularly tense segment of footage, when he felt it. A presence. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. A primal instinct screaming at him. Slowly, he pulled off his headphones, heart hammering as he strained to hear past the hum of his computer. Soft creak echoed through the apartment, like the weight of a foot pressing against an old wooden floor. His blood turned to ice. His eyes darted to the front door. Had he locked it? Ryan froze, his breath hitching as he stared at the damning clip. A moment that shouldn't have been possible. The astronaut, mid-moonwalk, adjusting his helmet with ease, as if gravity had never left his body. It defied everything people had been told, everything history had cemented as truth. The room was silent except for the soft hum of his computer. Then, his screen went black. Ryan yanked off his headphones, his pulse spiking. The power was still on. His computer's fan continued to whir softly, but the screen remained dark, empty, a void swallowing everything. Then, stark white letters appeared, cutting through the darkness like a blade. Stop. Ryan's breath caught in his throat. He stared at the screen, his mind racing. Was this a warning, a threat? His fingers hovered over the keyboard, but before he could react, the message vanished. The screen flickered. A spinning circle replaced it. His computer was rebooting. When the desktop finally reappeared, his stomach dropped. The file was gone. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He scrambled through his folders, checked his backup drives. Nothing. It was as if it had never existed. He barely slept that night. Paranoia took root, growing like a weed, choking every rational thought. He replayed the events over and over. Had someone been watching? Had they been inside his system? And if they had access to his files? What else? Did they know? By morning, the fear had burrowed deep. He stepped outside, bleary-eyed, and froze. The black SUV was back. It sat at the corner of his street, engine idling, windows tinted like lifeless eyes staring right at him. This time, Ryan knew. It wasn't a coincidence. He needed to act. Heart pounding. He copied the footage onto multiple drives, spreading them like insurance. One hidden in his closet, another locked away in a safety deposit box at the bank, a third mailed to a friend in another state with no explanation. Then, he reached out to the only person he could trust. Clara Dawson. She was a journalist with a reputation for exposing uncomfortable truths. A woman who had faced government pushback before and lived to tell the tale. If anyone could help him, it was her. They arranged to meet in a crowded cafe downtown. Safety in numbers. Ryan sat at a back table, his laptop open, fingers drumming anxiously against the surface. When Clara arrived, her usual confidence faltered the moment she saw the footage. Her face paled. Her hands trembled as she adjusted her glasses. "Ryan," she whispered, voice barely above a breath. "Do you know what this means?" His jaw clenched. "If this is real." "It is real," Clara interrupted, her expression grim. "And if it gets out, it has to get out," Ryan cut in. "People deserve to know the truth." But Clara hesitated. She swallowed hard. "You don't understand," she said. "This isn't just a cover-up. If what you're saying is true, the people behind this won't just let it slide." Ryan exhaled sharply, nodding. He had already begun to realize the depth of the abyss he had stepped into. But knowing didn't make it any easier. The days that followed blurred into one long, suffocating nightmare. Clara worked her sources, trying to authenticate the footage. Meanwhile, the pressure around Ryan tightened. His apartment was broken into. Nothing stolen, but everything had been rifled through, as if someone had been searching for something specific. His phone rang constantly. Unknown numbers. Silence. On the other end, the SUV never left. Paranoia turned into an unshakable reality. He barely slept, barely ate. Every shadow felt like a threat. Every glance over his shoulder confirmed what he already knew. They were watching. Even Clara started to worry. "Lay low," she urged. "Let me handle the story." But then, Ryan's worst fear became real. Driving home from Clara's office late one night, he noticed headlights in his rearview mirror. Too close, too persistent. He took a right. The car followed. A left. Still there. He turned onto a side street, heart hammering, hands gripping the wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. They weren't just watching anymore. They were coming for him. Ryan didn't go home that night. Instead, he checked into a rundown motel on the outskirts of town, paying in cash, parking out of sight. He spent the night staring at the door, heart pounding with every shift of the wind, every creak of the building. In his bag, the hard drive. The last, untainted copy of the footage felt like a ticking bomb. By morning, he knew he couldn't keep running. He reached out to Clara, arranging one final meeting at a secure location. He would hand over the footage, let her expose the truth, but when he arrived, she wasn't there. Instead, a note was taped to the inside of the cafe door. "Trust no one. They're watching me too." Ryan's stomach plummeted. He was out of options. Alone. Hunted. Without thinking, he boarded a bus bound for nowhere, a city halfway across the country. The hard drive was sewn into a hidden pocket in his jacket, the last piece of the truth he carried. He didn't know where he was going, or who, if anyone, he could trust. But one thing was certain, this secret was too important to bury. Evan Carter had never been one for conspiracy theories. He'd heard them all, whispers in break rooms, late-night TV rants, and those wild podcasts his friend Jake swore by. But to him, it was all just noise, people seeing patterns in chaos, desperate to make sense of the messiness of life. He didn't have time for that nonsense. So when his flight was unexpectedly rerouted through Denver International Airport, he barely gave it a second thought. It was just another layover, a brief stop before he could finally crash in his own bed. But as his cab rolled up to the airport, something gnawed at him, an unease he couldn't quite place. The first thing that hit him was the Mustang statue, massive, rearing back on its hind legs, its eyes burning an unnatural red. Blucifer, the locals called it. And standing beneath it, Evan understood why. It looked wrong. The glossy blue of its body shimmered under the fading daylight, the crimson stare cutting through him. A weird pressure settled in his chest, a vague tightness like the air was heavier here. "Damn thing's cursed, you know," the cab driver muttered as he popped the trunk. Evan blinked. "What?" "The horse. Killed its artist. Crushed him to death. Heart attack finished him off later." The driver shot him a look, smirking. "Welcome to DIA, man." Evan huffed a laugh, but it felt forced. Shaking it off, he grabbed his suitcase and headed inside. The airport itself was unsettling. The white peaks of the roof loomed overhead, resembling a line of snow-capped mountains. Or maybe something else. Something foreign. A nomadic outpost in the middle of nowhere. The design was intentional, he knew that much. But standing here now, beneath its jagged silhouette, he couldn't help but feel like it was watching him. Inside, the terminal was the usual chaos of travelers rushing to and from gates, voices rising and blending into a dull roar. He checked his watch. 2 hours. Just enough time to grab a coffee and stretch his legs. He wandered without direction, sipping a bitter airport brew, letting his feet carry him. That's when he saw them. The murals. Bright, sprawling images that swallowed entire walls, their chaotic colors and surreal depictions stopping him in his tracks. One mural in particular made his stomach twist. It showed fires raging, soldiers in gas masks, children weeping beneath a darkened sky. And yet, just feet away, another mural painted a different picture. Vivid rainbows arching over smiling faces, hands reaching out in unity. The contrast was jarring. His eyes traced the details. Amid the painted destruction, strange symbols were scattered, subtle, hidden in clouds, carved into distant mountains. Shadows fell in unnatural ways, precise and deliberate. It wasn't just art. It was something else. Strange, isn't it? Evan flinched, turning sharply. An older man stood nearby, mop in hand, his janitor's uniform rumpled but clean. His face was lined, weathered, but his eyes, sharp, watchful. "What?" Evan asked, clearing his throat. "The murals," the janitor said, nodding toward the wall. "People think they're just art, but they're messages, warnings even." Evan let out a nervous chuckle. "Warnings? About what?" The janitor shrugged. But there was something deliberate in the way he did it, like he knew more than he was letting on. "Depends on who you ask. Some say they predict the end of the world. Others think they're clues to something bigger, something hidden." Beneath all this, Evan frowned. "Beneath?" The janitor leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "This place has secrets, kid. You ever hear about the tunnels? They go deep, deeper than anyone talks about. Some say they're for storage. Others think..." Well, his lips curved into a small, knowing smile. "Let's just say this airport isn't what it seems." Evans searched the man's face, trying to gauge if he was serious or just screwing with him. But there was something in his tone, something in the way his gaze lingered, that made Evan hesitate. Before he could respond, the janitor straightened, pushed his cart forward, and whistled a tune that echoed down the vast, hollow corridor. Evan shivered, watching him disappear. He glanced back at the mural, at the patterns hidden in plain sight. His fingers tightened around his coffee cup. Maybe, just maybe, he should have been paying more attention to those conspiracy theories after all. Evan shook his head, telling himself it was just a bit of local lore. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling the janitor had left him with. As he continued walking, he noticed other oddities he hadn't picked up on before. The strange gargoyle sculptures perched near the baggage claim, the way certain hallways seemed to curve subtly, almost imperceptibly, as if guiding him somewhere he didn't intend to go. And then there were the symbols. They were everywhere, etched into the floor tiles, carved into the walls, even woven into the patterns of the carpeting. They weren't immediately noticeable. "Damn thing's cursed, you know," the cab driver muttered as he popped the trunk. Evan blinked. What? The horse killed its artist, crushed him to death. Heart attack finished him off later. The driver shot him a look, smirking. "Welcome to DIA, man." Evan huffed a laugh, but it felt forced. Shaking it off, he grabbed his suitcase and headed inside. The airport itself was unsettling. The white peaks of the roof loomed overhead, resembling a line of snow-capped mountains, or maybe something else, something foreign, a nomadic outpost in the middle of nowhere. The design was intentional, he knew that much. But standing here now, beneath its jagged silhouette, he couldn't help but feel like it was watching him. Inside, the terminal was the usual chaos of travelers rushing to and from gates, voices rising and blending into a dull roar. He checked his watch. 2 hours. Just enough time to grab a coffee and stretch his legs. He wandered without direction, sipping a bitter airport brew, letting his feet carry him. That's when he saw them. The murals. Bright, sprawling images that swallowed entire walls. Their chaotic colours and surreal depictions stopping him in his tracks. One mural in particular made his stomach twist. It showed fires raging, soldiers in gas masks, children weeping beneath a darkened sky. And yet, just feet away, another mural painted a different picture. Vivid rainbows arching over smiling faces, hands reaching out in unity. The contrast was jarring. His eyes traced the details. Amid the painted destruction, strange symbols were scattered, subtle, hidden in clouds, carved into distant mountains. Shadows fell in unnatural ways, precise and deliberate. It wasn't just art. It was something else. Strange, isn't it? Evan flinched, turning sharply. An older man stood nearby, mop in hand, his janitor's uniform rumpled but clean. His face was lined, weathered, but his eyes sharp, watchful. "What?" Evan asked, clearing his throat. "The murals," the janitor said, nodding toward the wall. "People think they're just art, but they're messages, warnings even." Evan let out a nervous chuckle. "Warnings? About what?" The janitor shrugged, but there was something deliberate in the way he did it, like he knew more than he was letting on. "Depends on who you ask. Some say they predict the end of the world. Others think they're clues to something bigger, something hidden. Beneath all this," Evan frowned. "Beneath?" The janitor leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "This place has secrets, kid. You ever hear about the tunnels? They go deep, deeper than anyone talks about. Some say they're for storage. Others think, well..." His lips curved into a small, knowing smile. "Let's just say this airport isn't what it seems." Evan searched the man's face, trying to gauge if he was serious or just screwing with him. But there was something in his tone, something in the way his gaze lingered that made Evan hesitate. Before he could respond, the janitor straightened, pushed his cart forward, and whistled a tune that echoed down the vast, hollow corridor. Evan shivered, watching him disappear. He glanced back at the mural, at the patterns hidden in plain sight. His fingers tightened around his coffee cup. Maybe, just maybe, He should have been paying more attention to those conspiracy theories after all. Evan shook his head, telling himself it was just a bit of local law. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling the janitor had left him with. As he continued walking, he noticed other oddities he hadn't picked up on before. The strange gargoyle sculptures perched near the baggage claim, the way certain hallways seemed to curve subtly, almost imperceptibly, as if guiding him somewhere he didn't intend to go. And then there were the symbols. They were everywhere, etched into the floor tiles, carved into the walls, even woven into the patterns of the carpeting. They weren't immediately noticeable, but once he started looking, he couldn't stop seeing them. Some were geometric, others more abstract, but they all seemed to share a common language. One Evan didn't understand, but couldn't ignore. With over an hour left before his flight, Evan found himself wandering deeper into the airport, drawn by a mix of curiosity and unease. The main terminal, with its bustling crowds and steady hum of announcements, faded into the background as he moved into a quieter section. The lighting seemed dimmer here, the polished floors giving way to scuffed tiles that reflected the occasional flicker of a fluorescent bulb. The further he walked, the more the energy of the place shifted. It wasn't just the physical quiet, it was an oppressive stillness, the kind that crawled under his skin and made his instincts prick with unease. At first, he tried to dismiss the feeling, attributing it to nothing more than nerves. He had always been a bit anxious in unfamiliar places, and Denver International Airport was massive, its labyrinthine layout disorienting even for frequent travelers. But as he passed row after row of empty seating areas and darkened kiosks, the sensation grew stronger. It wasn't just that the crowds had thinned out. It was as though this section of the airport had been entirely forgotten. The usual comforting backdrop of distant conversations, rolling suitcases and footsteps was gone, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed against his ears. That's when he saw it. At the end of a dimly lit corridor, tucked between two maintenance doors, was another door, unmarked and slightly ajar. The fluorescent light above it buzzed faintly, casting a pale glow that seemed to draw his eyes like a beacon. Something about the door felt inherently wrong. It didn't belong here, out in the open, yet somehow hidden, as though it were waiting for someone to notice it. Evan stopped a few feet away, his heart pounding in his chest. He hesitated, his logical mind urging him to turn back. This wasn't his business, and it was probably just a service area or a restricted zone. But something about the door gnawed at him, a whisper of a challenge that tugged at his curiosity. His eyes darted to the corners of the hallway. There were no security, cameras, no signs warning him to keep out, and no staff nearby. The area was so still, so utterly devoid of life, that it felt almost unreal. Evan stepped closer, his sneakers squeaking softly against the tiles. He pushed the door open slowly, the hinges creaking in protest. Beyond it was a narrow stairwell, the kind you might find in a service area or a building's emergency exit. The air here was different, cooler, almost damp, with a faint metallic tang that clung to the back of his throat. A fluorescent light at the top of the stairs flickered intermittently, casting uneven shadows that danced along the walls. His footsteps echoed against the concrete. Evan's unease deepened. Every step felt heavier than the last, his breathing shallow as the dim light at the top of the stairs faded further into the distance. He could hear the faint hum of machinery, a low vibration that seemed to emanate from the very walls, thrumming in his chest like a heartbeat. It was hypnotic in a way, pulling him forward even as every rational part of him screamed to turn back. At the bottom of the stairs, he found himself in a long, sterile hallway. The walls were stark, made of plain concrete and steel, lined with doors that bore no signs or labels. The air was even cooler down here, and the faint hum he'd heard earlier was louder now, a steady thrum that felt alive somehow. Evan glanced over his shoulder, suddenly very aware of how far he had wandered from the terminal above. Evan glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something behind him. But the stairwell was empty. The door, at the top now a distant memory. He wasn't sure why he kept going. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever, each identical section blending into the next. The dim lighting flickered sporadically, creating brief flashes of clarity before plunging everything back into an unsettling gloom. His footsteps sounded unnaturally loud in the confined space, the echoes amplifying with every step. Each time, he passed another unmarked door. His curiosity grew sharper, mingling with a growing sense of dread. Finally, he reached a door that stood out from the rest. It was heavier than the others, its surface marked with intricate symbols etched deeply into the metal. The patterns were strange, almost geometric, and disturbingly familiar. He recognized them from the murals and floor tiles upstairs, symbols he had dismissed as abstract design elements, but now seemed to carry a darker significance. His hand hovered over the handle, his mind racing. He pressed his ear to the cold surface and froze. There were voices on the other side, muffled but distinct. They spoke in low, deliberate tones, the cadence too purposeful to be casual conversation. He couldn't make out the words, but there was an undeniable intensity in their tone, a weight that made him hesitate. Every instinct screamed at him to walk away, to turn around and pretend he'd never seen this door. But his curiosity had already taken hold, and the pull of whatever lay beyond was too strong to resist. With a deep breath, Evan gripped the handle and turned it. The door was surprisingly smooth, opening with a soft hiss as it swung inward. A dim, sterile light flooded out, bathing the hallway in its glow. What he saw inside froze him in place, his breath catching in his throat. The room was enormous, far larger than he had expected, and filled with rows of monitors mounted on every wall. Each screen displayed something different: maps, blueprints, live surveillance feeds, and lines of coded data scrolling too fast to read. The air was filled with a faint hum, punctuated by the occasional beep of unseen machinery. In the center of the room stood a massive circular table, its surface covered in documents, schematics, and objects he couldn't immediately identify, and then he saw them. A group of people stood around the table, their figures obscured by the dim light, but their presence was unmistakable. They were dressed in dark suits, their movements deliberate, their posture commanding. They spoke to each other in hushed tones, their faces partially turned away. At the head of the table stood a woman, her silhouette sharp and defined. Her hand rested on a thick file marked with the same symbols that adorned the door, her stance radiating authority. Evan's heart hammered in his chest as he tried to process what he was seeing. This wasn't just a hidden room. It was something bigger, something he wasn't meant to find. Before he could fully take it in, one of the figures turned, their gaze snapping toward the door. Evan's blood ran cold as their eyes locked onto his. He knew he had made a mistake that could cost him more than he was prepared to pay. The room was vast, a cavernous space that seemed to stretch further than the walls could contain. Every inch of the surface was covered with monitors, glowing softly in the dim light. They displayed a dizzying array of information, maps marked with pulsing red dots, documents covered in densely packed text, and live surveillance feeds that shifted between locations Evan couldn't recognize. Some screens displayed lines of code scrolling so fast it was impossible to read, while others showed weather patterns, air traffic routes, and satellite images. The sheer volume of data was overwhelming, each screen a piece of a puzzle Evan couldn't begin to comprehend. In the center of the room stood a circular table, its surface illuminated by built-in lights that cast an eerie glow onto the faces of those gathered around it. The people there, at least a dozen of them, spoke in low, urgent tones, their words blending into a murmur that filled the air like static. The men carried an air of authority that was impossible to ignore. Their suits were flawless, every movement precise, as if they were accustomed to making decisions that carried immense weight. Shadows flickered across their faces, obscuring their features, but not their presence. At the head of the long, polished table stood a woman who radiated control. Her back was straight, her posture rigid, and her sharp gaze swept the room with a quiet intensity that made Evan's breath catch. One hand rested on a thick folder, its surface embossed with a geometric pattern he recognized instantly. The same strange design from the murals, the tiled floors above. It wasn't just printed on the cover, it was branded into the material, as if the symbol itself carried a deeper meaning. Her other hand moved subtly as she spoke, fingers barely shifting, but every gesture was deliberate, calculated. She wasn't just in charge. She was the center of it all, the axis around which this entire operation revolved. Evan's pulse thundered in his ears, his thoughts tangled, sluggish, refusing to piece together what he was witnessing. This wasn't just some forgotten maintenance corridor or a storage room tucked away beneath the airport. This was something else, something larger, something that wasn't supposed to exist, a secret world operating just beneath the mundane hum of ordinary travelers above. And he had walked straight into it, his skin prickled with the undeniable sense that he did not belong here. He was an intruder, an unwanted spectator to something he was never meant to see. Then one of the figures around the table moved, a small shift, nothing more than a passing glance, but their gaze landed on Evan, and the air in the room seemed to tighten, like an invisible force pressing down on his chest. A chill clawed up his spine. The weight of that stare held him in place, locking his limbs, squeezing the air from his lungs. Run! The instinct hit hard, a primal scream in the back of his mind, but his body betrayed him. His feet refused to obey. He was trapped in place, suspended between fear and disbelief. Before he could break free, before he could even attempt to step back into the shadows, a firm hand clamped onto his shoulder. The grip was strong, unyielding. He spun, heart slamming, against his ribs, and found himself face to face with two men in black uniforms. Their expressions were blank, their eyes cold and calculating. "You're not supposed to be here." The words were quiet, measured, but left no room for argument. Evan's mouth opened, desperate to force out some kind of excuse, a lie, an apology, anything that might lessen the razor-sharp tension coiling around him, but no sound came. His throat constricted, his pulse roared. The two men exchanged a silent glance. Then, before he could react, he felt the sharp sting of a needle against his neck. The pain was brief, barely noticeable, but a cold rush of adrenaline shot through him, his body instinctively recoiling. He tried to twist away, tried to force his sluggish limbs to move, to fight, but the world around him was already shifting. The room blurred. The table, the figures, the woman with her piercing gaze. They all faded into smears of light and shadow. The last thing he saw before the darkness swallowed him whole was her face. Her eyes, locked onto his, calculating, unreadable, and then nothing. Evan woke with a jolt. The dull hum of an airport terminal rushed in around him, jarring in its normalcy. People moved past him, pulling luggage, checking phones, lost in the rhythm of everyday travel. A loudspeaker crackled with flight announcements. The scent of stale coffee and recycled air filled his nostrils. His head throbbed, a deep ache at the base of his skull. He reached up, fingers brushing the spot where the needle had pierced his skin. But there was nothing. No mark. No evidence that anything had happened. For a long moment, he just sat there, trying to gather the shattered fragments of his memory. The underground room, the woman, the men in black, the needle, the way the world had tilted and blurred. It all felt like a half-formed dream, slipping away the harder he tried to hold on to it. A robotic voice echoed overhead. "Flight 237, now boarding at gate 12. His flight. Evan lurched to his feet, his legs unsteady beneath him. He reached for his bag, gripping the worn strap, But as he lifted it, a sudden, inexplicable unease crawled through him. It was lighter. Too light. His fingers fumbled with the zipper, his breath hitching as he tore it open. And then, his stomach dropped. Something was missing. Hastily, his hands trembling, Evan rifled through his bag, his breath coming in short, uneven gasps. His stomach clenched. His camera was gone. The one he always carried. The one that had been strapped securely in his bag when he arrived. Gone. So were the spare memory cards he kept in the side pocket. Every piece of evidence, every shred of proof that he might have captured, had been erased. He swallowed hard, his pulse hammering in his ears. As he stepped onto the plane, an unease burrowed deeper into his chest. It wasn't just the missing camera. It was something else. A hollow space in his mind where memories should have been. Fragments of the hidden room beneath the airport surfaced like ghosts. Brief flashes, blurry and slipping through his grasp like grains of sand. The symbols, the monitors, the woman with the piercing eyes. They lingered at the edges of his consciousness, always just out of reach. Evan left Denver that night, but Denver never left him. The strange events festered like a splinter in his mind, impossible to ignore, yet equally impossible to fully grasp. He tried to talk about it. At first, late-night conversations with friends, his voice laced with unease, trying to put into words the feeling that something had been taken from him. But the looks they gave him, the forced nods, the skeptical glances, made him question himself. "You were probably just tired, man," one friend had said. "Sounds like a weird dream," another added. The doubt in their voices, the polite dismissal, made him feel foolish, paranoid. So eventually, he stopped. Bringing it up, he buried it, convinced himself it was easier to let it fade. But it never really did. Every so often, he'd see a news report about Denver International Airport, or a photograph of its jagged, tented roofline would appear in his feed, and that gnawing feeling would return. The symbols, the murals, the hidden room beneath the surface. They haunted him like a dream half remembered, a puzzle with missing pieces. In the years that followed, Evan avoided Denver whenever he could. He routed flights around it, drove extra miles just to bypass it. But no matter how far he stayed from the airport, he could never shake the feeling that he had stumbled onto something vast, something hidden, a secret he was never meant to uncover. And, though he tried to push it from his mind, one thought remained, gnawing at the edges of his sanity. What had he seen beneath the airport that night, and how far would someone go to ensure he never found out?